Hello, hello. Nerdzel. Yo, Nerdzel, look. Look here. Look at this playground. Look how it's no longer light mode, but dark mode. Look at the ligatures that we have here. The eyes no longer hurt. I know, right? Hello, Nigel. And also, I did the thing, Nigel, since you're here too. Now, if you click the share button here, it will actually do the share and it will store the gist. I made the backend and stuff, and yeah, it's now storing a gist like this. Okay, there it could be improved a little bit. Yeah, because I basically just asked AI to do that. The backend is written in JavaScript using some express thing which I don't understand, but it works, so it doesn't matter, right? Okay. And what am I going to do today? What am I going to do today? That's a question. Could have written it in Rust. Yeah. But AI chose JavaScript for some reason. I didn't tell it to do it in JavaScript. But Playground already uses TypeScript for the front end, so whatever. Also, Rust would probably compile for like 10 times longer. Although probably not, because it will be like really small. It's just the dependencies that would compile, but those would be compiled only once, so not really. Just need to compile once though. Yeah, I guess. I guess. Anyway. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is empty. Okay, what are we going to do? I don't know. Any ideas of what to work on? I feel like what I want to do is I want to figure out why my language server is still slow, right? We have improved it by making things work in the background more, right? But it is still kind of slow, and I feel like on a I feel like on a simple example like this, it should be really fast, right? Like if I say let x be 1, 2, 3 like this, then we need to wait for a couple seconds until this appears, but this is a very small example, so it should be instant, right? So how do I profile my code here? How do I profile? Profile OCaml. That's just telling me what is OCaml. I don't care about that. I meant how to profile my program written in OCaml. The how to speed it up. Same answer as our camel docs profiling. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so yeah, I just need to like basically use the normal Linux thing, like the prof, right? This use the bytecode, or I can do the perf, right? Or OCaml perf. OCaml perf, keyword type is fed in the source. You must instrument your source code with this. OCaml prof, annotated ML. Now to open annotated ML and see how many times each line was executed. It's like Rust profile prof except less ergonomic. Um. All right. I mean, we want just perf on Linux, right? So you're compiling to native code with a camel opt, and use perf. Perf record my program, and then that, right? Perf. How do I install perf? It's just over here probably, right? In the Nix packages, perf. Filing. And where's my binary? My binary is in the build diff install bin. Is it install? Where is my binary? I'm building with Dune. Oh wait, perf is not there. Hold on. Perf. I need to use Linux packages perf, right? Yeah. Which probably means that it should belong actually to my because it must be the same as my actual kernel, right? Where's my Linux kernel packages, right? Linux packages. I'm using the Zern kernel, so should I use the Zern kernel.perf, right? Packages is packages Linux packages zen.perf, right, like this. I'll just have it installed. Yeah, it's just build default, right? After your exe. Wait, the option packages doesn't exist. Shit. I made it wrong. It's called environment system packages instead. Oops. Can Nix be cool? Be faster? It's copying GitHub to the store. Am I downloading the Nix packages? Wait, what? There was some change in the log file, which means that maybe I didn't switch last time I did something like a flake update. Looks like it's downloading the Nix packages for some reason. Anyway, so we're going to profile, OCaml profile. So there was in the Nix in the OCaml documentation, right? And so we want to see the perf on Linux like this. And then so like and then maybe like perf is like too low level, I think, right? We can generate a flame graph, right? Or something. Can I generate a flame graph perf? Like, because that's what like tools like Cargo Flame Graph are doing, right? So we record the data and stuff, and then we generate the perf script output, and then we install flame graph tools. Then we generate the folded stack, and we generate the flame graph SVG, and then we open the flame graph SVG in the browser. Hi, is your compiler done? No, it's not done. Hello. It's far from being done. Yeah, I'm downloading the entire thing. Oh shit, hold on. Wait, why am I doing this? Graphics drivers. Okay, fine, I will wait. I will wait. Let's just first see how would I even what would I even test it on? I think if I test it on the hello world, literally, right? So let's see, Dune exec cast examples hello ks like this, right? Or rather what? Like build default source cast bin main exe like this. Wait, it actually is instant. This is really fast. If it is this fast, then why is my LSP slow? That makes no sense then, right? I thought this would take like half a second, right? Let's do this. Let's go into the LSP processing, and I want to, so like we have this thing, process workspace or recalculate. I want this to tell me how long it took, right? Can I do that in OCaml itself? Can I just record and log timings in OCaml? Just wanted to get advice about libraries. I can figure out how to make std-libs, something like this. What do you mean? You're making your own language too, right? What's your language? Can we look at it? Can't figure out how to make standard libraries or something like this. What does it mean? How to make standard libraries? Like I have a standard library right now. It's really, really small because I barely worked on the actual language. I'm mostly working right now on the tooling, like the language server and stuff. So here's my standard library, right? It just has a single function to generate a random integer, a couple of comparison operators, which could be, instead of being in the standard library, be hard coded into the compiler itself, right? Some math operators for integers, converting integer to string and back, printing, and inputting a string. That's the entirety of the standard library. And like, yeah, and then like the syntax stuff. It's really small right now. But I mean, how to make the standard library? You just write it. Whatever needs to go into the standard library, you just write it. What do you mean how? Just figure out what needs to go into the standard library and just write it, right? I'm not sure what your question is. You know? Oh, it's just Unix get time of day. Okay. Yeah, you know what I want? I want maybe in the standard over here somewhere. Maybe over here somewhere I want something like timed timed name, and f is going to be just calling function f, you know, but then I will just like log, you know, let result be this in result, and I will just say log info time for this is equal to something. So how do we do the timings? There is Unix get time of day. Is maybe there's sys time? There's sys time actually, right? I think that makes more sense. Return the processor time in seconds used by the program. Wait, processor time? Is this not real time? I think that's fine. It's like console output. I don't understand. These things need to be hard coded or be implemented in some other ways? It depends. If you're making a native compiler, then the console output is already implemented in like the standard C library, right? The C stdlib, for example. So you can link with C standard library and just call into that, right? Or you can implement it yourself. Sure, so you can re-implement the C standard library yourself. Then you would need to call the operating system APIs, right? Which depends on the system. Or if you're making an interpreter and not a compiler, then it can be like implemented as an inside of the interpreter, right? I only have the interpreter right now. I was compiling to JavaScript before, so like for example, if I compile to JavaScript, then the printing to the console is going to be implemented through like console log in JS, right? While, yeah, it depends on your target, I guess. But since you said compiler, you probably want the C standard library. You can also look at how other languages implemented that, right? You can try to follow some tutorials or how to make a compiler. They probably cover that. But I mean, you can do it any way you want, I think. Any way that works. If you want to hard code it, you can hard code it. But what even means to hard code it? What does hard coding even mean? Start is this. Time is sys m minus start. Wait, what happened? Oh, it's because I reloaded. Yeah, okay. And then my NixOS has been switched. So I should have the perf in a second. Start is float. Sys_time. Oh, this should be minus dot. Because of the floating points. Okay, how do I show the floating points? First pass for me to make it compatible with CLI and GUI at the same time. It's like when interpreter is running on console, the only way to implement GUI is to rewrite interpreter for the GUI app. So it means that you have two different environments, the GUI or the CLI, I guess, right? So the way I'm solving this is I have the so-called context system where your standard function print is printing to the output, but what exactly is output can be configured. So like if you are on the GUI, it would print to like whatever is in your GUI, and if it's in the UI, it will actually print to the other thing. I mean, but you like, if you don't do that, you don't need to rewrite the entire interpreter to the GUI app. You just need inside of your interpreter to see, are you right now? Like if when you are calling the print function inside of your interpreter, you just check, are you right now in the CLI or in the GUI? And if in one case you do one thing, in the other case you do the other thing, right? Okay, I want to have the floating point number. Convert floating point number to a decimal notation in this. Convert floating point number to the decimal notation like this. Convert the hexadecimal with the hashtag flag. I guess I just want the normal f. %f time seconds. If it's an interpreter, then the printing should be a native function of the interpreter, and the interpreter does the specialized stuff. Yeah. The language shouldn't be aware, yes. Well, I mean, I think the language, yeah, like, you might want the language to be aware of the context somehow, but probably not for the printing function, because printing function should be working anyway, right? Okay. I'm just going to, right now, to restart the cast language server and take a look at its output. Oh, and I never used this function, right? I actually never used this function. Timed. So LSP processing, recalculate. I want to say timed. The timed process recalculating LSP stuff. Like that. Output. Okay. So time for recalculation. Yeah, see, it says 0.86 seconds. So like almost a second. This is a lot for a small thing like that. So we need to profile. It makes me wonder now, since Rust somehow forced the standard library into the wasm32 unknown, what does it print do in that case? It does nothing. Yeah, Rust, I think Rust doesn't do it correctly. Rust has basically stubs for the targets that don't support these things. You can also, like, it's not even about, like, not only the printing, there are things like the thing that I just used, right? The sys.time, for example, or in Rust it would be std instant now, right? So this would be std instant now, and this also doesn't work on the wasm in Rust, because wasm unknown doesn't know how to get the current time, right? Or it doesn't know how to spawn a thread, it doesn't know how to print. So you need to not use the standard library in that case. Or use a library that works with wasm. But like a library that would work with wasm would need to make some assumptions, because wasm unknown unknown is literally the unknown target, right? It's not like it's a standalone WebAssembly which doesn't know about its like runtime engine at all, right? It's not necessarily the WebAssembly that's going to work on the web. It's not necessarily, because WebAssembly can also be used for other things, right? There are other targets like wasm wazi, right? That thing probably implements this wasm wazi targets, you know. So this is the WebAssembly system interface, which allows you to run WebAssembly like as basically a native binary. So it's just, instead of running the native binary, you would run the WebAssembly, so that it's like cross-platform, kind of similar to the JVM. So yeah, because of that, I was like, when I'm making my game, right? My game works on the web, and so because of that, I basically have my own standard library for like simple things like getting the time, or loading a file, right? For example, on the web, you don't have access to the file system, so instead of loading a file, it should like actually request the web resource, and it is async. It cannot be sync on the web, right? So yeah. Okay. So time to process is this much. Why is it that slow? So I should have now perf being installed. Perf. We need to do perf record. It actually is weird though, because the hello world takes literally no time, right? Yeah, this takes no time. Panicking would be more correct. Just doing nothing would be weird. Like it panics for some. I think the print specifically didn't panic though, if I remember correctly. I don't remember. But spawning a thread would panic, because spawning a thread doesn't work. Like, why is this fast? Because this is literally doing the same thing, right? This also needs to parse the standard library and compile and do everything. The only difference is that in the workspace, I'm doing this thing basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. So is that the difference? So I should multiply this by 10, basically, automatically. But even if I multiply this by 10... Oh, wait, no. If I multiply this by 10, I will actually have... Yes, I will have almost a second. That's right. So that's the problem, that I'm doing this 10 times. Is 100 milliseconds, though, still, like, is 100 milliseconds a good amount of time for the hello world like this? I feel like 100 milliseconds is still really slow. So, Okay, so let's do perf. Perf record this thing, right? So we have this 319 samples. Now what? Perf report. Okay. Actually, this is not too bad. The perf output by default. I never used this before. So this is already telling me percentages. What is this? Samples, overhead, commence shared object, symbol. Is there like total time or something though? It says camel modify. And what is camel modify? Camel allocates string. So the problem is that I'm allocating a lot of strings, right? Why? Because of output accumulator. So the problem is actually the output. Is that so? This might be it. Maybe it's because of all of the logs that I'm doing, like, you know. Maybe that's the reason it's slow. Hold on, let me just check a second here. What if so in main, right? If I set the log trace level to maximum, and then I do just do the LSP support here, that will rebuild all the time. And then I'm just going to time this thing again. This is not correct. There you go. These are all the logs. I have a feeling that these logs, even although I don't show them, they are still being calculated. That would affect performance for sure, right? So maybe it's because I didn't do the logging correctly because I implemented myself. So let's see here. When I say log.trace, for example, right? We say with level trace format, and with level just says that if level is less than, then we're doing oh yeah. See, I'm printing to the no op formatter, but printing to the no op formatter probably still calculates the thing, right? Can I make it to be so that it's actually like zero cost? That's the question. So so I'm using this. It seems like it uses a lot of time. Can I make this compiled? It inside the anonymous function is the whole interpolation stuff. Yeah. There, like so like all of the interpolation stuff is still needs to happen, right? But can I make it so that it actually compiles down to nothing? Because that's what like a Rust logging, and I mean probably most of the languages would do, right? I don't need to calculate. I don't need to do the actual interpolation, right? Like, and the problem, like, why don't I just do nothing here, right? Why don't I just do nothing? Because of the camel format, it just actually says that like this thing returns a, which is like all of the rest of the arguments of the format string. So I need to consume the rest of the arguments anyway, right? Um, there's logging frameworks in a camel, and they all pass anonymous function to log error, and inside the anonymous function is the whole interpolation stuff. Okay. Let me see some existing OCaml logging libraries. OCaml logging. Login infrastructure for OCaml. If you do something like log error function, yeah, yeah, basically do a function inside. Yeah, I agree. But like it makes it more ugly. Like, you know, every time I log, I need to like wrap it in a function. Like, yeah, sure, but I mean, I guess I can get used to it, like with other things, you know, camel that I hate. Yeah, you know, it just is going to be more verbose is the problem. I cannot just trace and print this thing, right? I need to actually wrap this in a function. Yeah, then I can just not call the function. So this would be a function that's returning the format. Or should this be like function fmt and then like fprintf fmt? That's a lot of boilerplate added here. It makes it more ugly, but I think it's the most common approach. I guess the other approach would be to use the preprocessor, right? I think the other approach is to use the preprocessor. So I just say log trace like this or like whatever. So that it's a macro instead, which actually like expands to something like if log level is less than like is like you know, if trace is less than or equal than log max level, then we actually like log print or something, you know, otherwise we do nothing. Do I do it with the preprocessor or with that? I guess with the preprocessor you get worse support of the language server, so it probably is not that good. All right, yeah, let's see what other people are doing with OCaml. Test FMT. You say log error. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. So you just use this thing. Yeah. You have a function m and then args. M. What is m here? Do you have log error? Function m. Is that like the opam package? Opam packages. I think I should not use libraries though. Like making this login library should be simple. Logs, login infrastructure for OCaml. That's what you use. There's Jane Street async logging. PPX to cut down the boilerplate when using logs. Okay. Let's see what this is different. So we just pre-process logs and then they just say log debug. Just like I said, right? Which generates the following: logs debug. Yeah, and this is already working with the same logs library. Okay. And what is M? M. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Just look through the libraries and saw the logs library is just the most commonly used. Yeah. You didn't settle on one yet? You're also using OCaml? Okay. I feel like this is very small, and I feel like I can do it myself. Like I don't need to import the opam library for that. The problem is that when I import the opam libraries, that like the language server doesn't work inside of my dependencies. So I'd rather not import dependencies in OCaml as a result of that, and write it by hand instead, if I can. So over here I can do that. So instead of having the format here, this is just going to be f, right? And the type here is going to be what? So we have So I should have a function which returns what's the type signature is going to be here. So I have a function which takes as an argument the format and returns a for all a's. Do we even have like something like this? I think we actually do, yeah. Log, just do this, type log fn. A log fn is a function that takes a function that takes a formatter unit format and returns a, right? And we return a unit like this, right? So we say with level, right? And with level is going to be a function that takes a level and returns the a log fn, right? So then we say we have the function level, and if level is less than the max level, then we println f. So this is level and f, right? And we println f. Else we do nothing. No? The definition has type level into unit formatter unit. No. So it should not be eprintf. This should then be what? It's probably easy, but yeah. What's the type? What's the type? A log, right? So what's log? A unit message function into unit, right? And the message function is a formatter format 4 into a into b. Yeah. Oh, because we have the b as a result. Okay. Okay, format 4 the unit but b, and we return b, I guess. Type, if I have two arguments then in the comma here like this, right? So it should be so like log function like this, or when I say fprintf, or I say printf and then some stuff, right? We as a result get the a, which is the function which is going to consume the rest of the arguments, right? After all of the arguments are going to be consumed, we are going to have the result, which is supposed to be unit. The format for... I need to look at the documentation instead of looking at this over here. I don't remember what this means. Hold on. No, let me go back. Hold on. I think I can do it like that, but I'm not sure. So this is the type of the argument that passes, that is like for printing like all of the interpolations. This is the result type of, which is just like the format string. This is the result after all of the arguments have been interpolated. So this should return unit. Right. So then when I call function f, it's going to give me this. Right, but the function f should be called not with that, right? Because level and log function is this. So we should call it with another function as an argument, right? So yeah, function fmt into eprintln fmt. The expression should not be a function, but expected type is format or format. No, it's not. Oh, it should be like level into log function into unit. There you go. And these also should be like functions that take the log function as an argument and return unit. There you go. There you go. And now set max level is equal to level. And that was my, yeah, okay, there we go. This was easy, actually. All right. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the format library in OCaml. Like, it's too much magic, I think. It's like type level magic, which makes it weird. Okay, but this should work. So now when I log, I'm going to have a bunch of issues, right? Instead of saying log info, we say log info function like that, right? Function right? Like this. Or like that, which is the same thing. Log. Yeah. Why does it not, why does this thing not indent this? This is the formatter of the OCaml. It's supposed to indent this. It looks otherwise. Let me do that and then ask GPT. Why does OCaml FMT not include indentation on second line? Make it indented. And it additionally does not indent the second line because the function after this is treated like a right associative expression. The function log is already a function body. It's assuming you're writing a short lambda, so log is treated as part of the function, not needed indentation. This is by design. It's wrong. Can you make it indent? Yes, but not by changing the OCaml. There is no option to force indentation inside a function body. You have two choices. Use begin end. parenthesize the body. Okay, so if I use parentheses here, but the OCaml format is then removing that. Okay. Logs error. They're using the function here without the pipe. Yeah, I mean, without the pipe, that would work properly, I guess. Okay, fine. I'll do this. I'll do this. It's annoying. Or will I do the preprocessor myself? Nah. Let's keep the preprocessor, or maybe other time. I'll give it some time. If I don't get used to this, then and I will be too annoyed, then, which I probably will, then I will write the preprocessor for that. Log trace function log trace function log Can I later rewrite this automatically? Can I have a preprocessor that sees all of this and then rewrites this in place or something? Can I have like my own tool that replaces all of the existing like stuff like that? Like a cargo fix kind of thing? Wait, what? It actually makes me wish Rust had a monad system and that the whole async stuff in Rust was just monads all the way down. Rust is monads, but it's under the hood, I think. I think they use the free monad stuff in the implementation, but they don't expose it to the user, yeah. This LWT is pretty ergonomic and intuitive, but just a bunch of monadic expressions. I was actually like so like I'm using the library for the language server. The library has two backends. One of them is the LWT backend, and another one is the EIO. And the EIO is, in theory, more ergonomic than LWT, as far as I understand, because of the... I don't know, I feel like monadic expressions in OCaml they suck. compared to like other languages with better support for monads like Haskell. So in EIO, the code looks like normal code. It's just there is a downside to that though, where it does not exist in the types, unlike in LWT, right? But I don't know. I really don't like the let star thing. I mean, it's just not enough. There's let star and like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like I am going to try like the language that I'm making. I'm also going to try to go the effect route and not the monad route. Monads are cool, but they are too much boilerplate in my opinion. Effects are more intuitive, but effects needs to be not like in OCaml. They need to be like present in the type system, so that they have the same advantages as the monads. And in OCaml it's not. In OCaml, like they are just like exceptions. They are only checked at runtime. But as far as I understand, OCaml plans actually to make this checked. I just don't know when. Probably in 10 years. Or something. Hello, Regicide. Over here I can do send T message and F. Okay, supposedly I have changed everything. Let's now go to main. Let's change the max level back to the info. Doing build. And then we're going to time. Okay, so now this takes 11. Which is... So now this is 10 milliseconds instead of... What was it? Like 70 milliseconds? So I made it 7 times faster. Right? Okay. I think I made it 7 times faster just now. Restart cast language server. Let's take a look at the hello world. Let X be 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's almost instant now. Nice. I think the VS Code itself like is not doing the inlay hints immediately. It's like has a little bit of like debounce or something of a delay. But yeah. I basically have the syntax highlighting almost immediately, which is the important part. Yeah. Okay, it's really is pretty fast. I can see over here. I can see over here. Time for recalculating LSP stuff. So now it's actually just 30 milliseconds. 30 milliseconds for the entire workspace, which once again means that I am processing all of these files, and in each one of these files is actually also parsing the standard library from scratch. So it's parsing standard library like 10 times here. So I can actually still make this 10 times faster by also making sure that the standard library is only being parsed once, because like, why am I parsing 10 times, right? So let's do that. But this was actually important. The logging was the bottleneck in terms of performance. Okay, log. Okay, don't consume time for disabled logs. 10 times faster. All right, this is good. So this is also going to make like the online playground more responsive, right? Yeah. We'll see how much better is it there in the JavaScript. But I feel like the JavaScript was basically running at the same speed as like the native OCaml almost. I don't know. Is there as much difference actually? All right. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is making sure that we don't parse the files multiple times, right? So I have the import system in the thing, right? We have the compiler. Compiler can import import files, right? And if the file was already imported, then I don't import it again, right? But so this, but this works when I'm only doing like a single when I'm parsing a single file. If the same file is importing the other one twice, then it's going to work, but otherwise it doesn't. Also, where am I doing the standard library? It's somewhere in the bootstrapping of the compiler over here, right? So the default, right? Yeah, I'm doing the standard library URI, and I'm doing the import here. There you go. Make compiler bootstrap. Yes. So I feel like in order to make the compiler default, right? And this one is used in the processing of this, right? So over here, yeah, this is basically, so I'm basically initializing a new compiler from scratch for every file that I'm processing, right? That's the problem. That is the problem. So what I should do, should I have the compiler that already has some imports resolved? Maybe. So imported is just a map by the URI into the import, either imported or in progress. Yes. So what if, in order to construct the compiler, I'm going to give it like the files that I already know about? The files that already have been imported? Initialize. So if I initialize, I want to know what is already imported. Like this. So the bootstrap compiler is going to use the imported And the imported is also going to be over here. Let's say that this one is going to be actually optional. Optional, imported. Imported. Option. Imported is imported. Unwrap or else. State. Initialize imported. Like this. This optional argument cannot be erased. Yes. So now whenever I call this function, so the compiler CLI, for example, it will just initialize it by default. Yes, yes. The interpreter CLI is going to just initialize it. Yes, yes. The JavaScript for running is going to initialize a new one. Yes? Sure. The processing is going, but the processing of the language server is going to use the existing imported thing. So process file should have some like state. Should have some state. So we have the global state, I think. State, which is global state. And global state will have the imported, which is a compiler. Imported. So here I say imported is state imported. So whenever I process workspace, this process workspace should also have like the global state. Let me actually rename this one to not state but global. So I process file using the same global state. That should be named. Let's not do it named. Just this. Process file. Global. Process workspace. So initialize workspace also needs the global state. Initialize the global state should have the global state. Okay. So let bootstrap global state is that. List. And we say bootstrap with workspaces be this. So initialize all of the workspaces using the bootstrap global state. This will have imported is compiler initialize imported. And we process the workspace using the state, which is global. Okay. Then in the JavaScript, in order to process the file and the global state, which basically should be like STLSP processing. Oh, I see. Yeah, so in order to process the file, I need to have the global state. Yeah, this means that like also I'm not going to parse the standard library from scratch on the web. Yeah, that's good. So can I just say that over here? Value global state is cast lsp processing initialize using the empty list because we don't have any workspaces there. Unbound value global, unbound value global, value global. Is it self? Unbound value self. How do I have a method that when using JS of OCaml, I need a method in inject JS to use a field. How? I mean, I have a field like this. Well, field is 1, 2, 3. You cannot write field 1, 2, 3 in Object.js. Wait, what? That's literally what I am doing. I feel like the self is not like the keyword, so it's something similar to cast lsp CLI. I have over here the object which has self, right? So object.js self. This is it. Unused variable self. This version is not an object. It has a result JST. Okay, maybe it doesn't work like this. JS of OCaml. And examples. Namespace. I want to search for object.js. Creating a literal object. What's that? So yeah, this is like the preprocessor. Yeah, self is equivalent of this, right? Case of OCaml manual. Manual. Where is it? Where's the manual? Over here. Is there a search button here? There is. Search using Google. PPX syntax extension. To migrate from the OCaml P4. Advised to use CAML P4 to PPX. Support for that syntax. Object self. Okay, method. Oh, okay, it's using this self hashtag, double hashtag. That's what I was looking for, right? It should be self hashtag. Unbound value self. I removed it. We need to edit it back. Now it says expression has type, but it's not compatible. Object.js self equivalent to this. I'm literally doing the same thing, right? But this doesn't work. Self defined over here. I can even go to the definition. It's just like a different thing, right? The expression has type, global, LSP, and that, right? Is this the type? This is like the polymorphic record. Is that what the syntax is about? But expression was expected of type global. Is this? Why is that expected? Is not compatible. The method global has type, global state read-only prop, but the expected method has a global state JS meth. Huh? Value read-only. Read-only property. I mean, I don't care if it's read-only or not, but what the f... This error. Um... Um... Object.js, self, method foo, and then I can use self hashtag hashtag. If I don't use self hashtag hashtag, like that. What if I say instead over here, let global be cast LSP processing it, like that. Instead of this one, I will just use the global, like that. Like this will work, right? But that's a little different from what I want. Let's call this global 2. Now let's bring back the field. The field works. It's literally the hashtag hashtag that is not working. I have a method, and inside of a method, I want to use the self hashtag hashtag, right? Just like in the... Oh, it's hashtag hashtag dot. Okay, I'm stupid. It's hashtag hashtag dot. Okay, that makes sense now. Maybe. It's still saying that self is unused. Can I get rid of it? I cannot. So it's actually used, but it is unused because the language server of OCaml is stupid. Like, why is it unused? If I remove this, then it's not going to compile. Okay. Can I allow the warning here? This language. Alright. I mean, it's probably like this is doing the rewrite, right? And then even though it's used over here, it's like duplicating this somewhere else where it's actually not used. You know? Probably what's happening. Let's open the local playground. Since this has been compiled now. npm run dev. Oh my god, why is Vite so slow? Okay, let's see. Let X be 1 to 3. Oh my god, this is so fast now compared to before, right? Oops. Okay. I think that works. So the only problem though, since I am importing files, is going to be like this is actually going to have a problem though. It's fine for the playground, I guess. Okay. Um. Okay. Let's also see the local one. Let's also see the local one. Cast restart language server. Let X be 1, 2, 3, right? And then let's take a look at the output of the cast language server. And it says time to recalculate is actually just 6 milliseconds now instead of 30, right? Something, so it's like literally 5 times faster at least. Nice. Nice. So I think this is good. The only problem is there is one problem. That I will show in a second. Use a global import cache or LSP. So the problem is, since this we have the global cache, now we have this example, for example, which says import 0, right? Import 0, right? So let's say, for example, that how would I do that? Let's have another example. Let's have a new file, which is going to be, you know, import test. Yes. So import test is going to have inside of it something like, you know, int32. For example, int32 std int32. Right? And then inside of this example, let's say inside of this example, we're going to say import test ks, right? So now this is also supposed I guess imports are not making this be part of the workspace actually. Yeah, I only did that for includes probably. Okay, anyway, so I will say something like this. We'll say something like this. Const t is equal to that, right? So this is a type, right? Because obviously inside of this, I have the int32, which is a type, right? So this is a type. And then I will have a function. Let's say that this function over here is going to take the argument of type t, right? So now it's saying that this argument is int32. We can see it over here. This has been inferred to be an int32 because t is int32 that is in this import, right? But if I change this now to a string and I do that, wait, hold on. This actually says string. Wait, what? I thought this would be like cached. Does this mean that I did do this incorrectly? Or I don't understand how my stuff works. string is not there. Yeah, like this doesn't work. Makes sense. Yeah, so this was defaulting to a unit because this over here is a unit, right? Although it's weird that it's... Oh yeah, it just didn't update. There you go. Yeah, now we have this error in a different... Yeah, this diagnostics is shown in the wrong place because this is from another file actually. So if I go to this file, it's to int32. This was actually, yeah, like that. Okay. The diagnostics for this file are only updating when I'm updating this file also. I'm noticing that. Okay. So that is weird because I thought that I would have the initialize imported. It's basically only... Like I'm basically literally only initializing this once over here. I mean, or over here, if imported is none. But obviously, over here, I'm using global imported. Import. That's fine. Let's say over here, log info. Importing. Importing this. Cast restart language server. Output. Importing. Yeah, so like it says importing import test. Right? Then I change the import test to string. And is importing it again. Right? I have been importing this 8 times. Why? Am I not... did I forget to... No, imported by Yuri is add, right? So I'm supposed to add this after it has been imported, right? Okay. Find opt Yuri, imported by Yuri. Okay. Let's say over here that this should be saying imported, right? Imported import test. So I imported it 13 times. Okay. But why? Why is that? It's not supposed to be like that. Right? Because this was supposed to be mutated. There is over here a to-do. What is it, the to-do? State is state blank. I'm using the compiler state. Oh, it's because like it's yeah, it was supposed to use a different compiler state. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, this is a little bit wrong. The source actually should also not be read if I don't need to, right? Yeah, we should say in progress here and then read it. But that's not the problem. The problem is that this imported is state imported. State init imported. This is over here. Yeah, okay. Wait, so like I actually didn't actually speed up anything because I'm just not using the imported. Or am I? Oh, no. I sped up the standard library, but not the other parts, right? The other parts are still... Yeah, okay. There you go. I forgot this thing. Okay. And now... it's going to cache the imports, right? So this over here says that this is an int32. Then I go to the import test, I change this to a string. I change this to a string, and it still skips an int32 now, right? So how do I make sure that this gets updated? So I need to invalidate. So like my import is basically a cache of imports, and whenever we have in the LSP an update of a file, right, I might need to invalidate it. So yeah, when the file is being updated, I can invalidate it, obviously. But also I need to make sure that all of the, like, if this file is being imported is from one of the other files, then I should also handle that, right? So I should know about, because one file can be a part of another file, basically, right? Yeah. Let's say global, imported, URI map, remove, URI from global imported. URI. Like this. But that's not going to do the thing, right? Yeah. Don't you know if a file was included? I have an effect for the included file. When the file was included, I kind of want to know the root. I feel like this effect should know what's the root file that I'm currently processing. In my tree of includes. So when this file has been included, include is being processed, and to know what is the current file that I am compiling. right? So compiler should be aware of the file that is being compiled right now, right? So compiler state uh um currently compiled file root. So compiler state should be aware of the currently compiled file. When we say blank, yeah, so like, is this going to be mutable, I guess? Fine. Currently compiled file is going to be none by default. Option. Enter scope. Currently compiled file is going to be kept the same. Auto completion, nice, love it. Should be like option get. When I initialize the compiler, currently compiled file is none. I feel like there's two separate states of the compiler, right? The actual like compiler and like, yeah, the scope and currently compiled files should be like in a separate struct. Of so then what do I do actually with the compiler? I call the function that's called compile, right? From the outside. That's what I do. So the function compile is compiling an AST. AST is aware of the file that it's in. Is this the function that is being used on the outside? Yes. Let's say instead over here in the end file is function state kind AST is compile state kind AST. Right, I can do that. But I will say something like this. I will say try function protect finally. Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to say that state currently compiled file is AST span theory. Some. And finally, state currently compiled file is none. Because that's the function that's used on the outside. Wait, what? Oh, now this doesn't work. Okay, file included. So now we have the root here, right? The root file, and yeah. So I want to save for every like for every file that is included. I want to know which file it was included from, right? So roots is going to be a hash table from the URI into URI, like that, you know. So whenever a file is included like this, I'm going to say that global roots hash table add to global roots. For URI, it's going to be root, like that, right? Yeah. Roots is hash table create, and then when I update the file, so imported by URI is going to be removed, but I want to remove not the URI, I want to remove the hash table find opt in global roots. I want to find the URI value default is URI. So like if yeah, if this is the returning none, it means that it's the root itself. Otherwise, it's the included file. Maybe I should rename this to something like root of included. So that it's more descriptive. Sure. Let's do that. How do I get rid of this warning? Unused var strict. GPT. How to allow warning a camel for a single thing. Warning like this. Minus 32. Syntax error. It's a syntax error. This over here is using a single at. This one is using double at. Link docs. Built-in attributes warning. At what? Item attribute is at. Floating attribute is at. And at is what? Where is the documentation? How do I read this? Like, where does it specify what it is? Item attribute. Blocks such as type declaration class fields. Examples. Module X structs triple at warning. +9. Okay, so how many ads am I supposed to use? Double at for declaring a type. Single at for a block. Triple at for a struct. I don't get it. um. But I think at makes sense. I think at is for like the following. So it should be like, oh wait, should it be like over here with a triplet? The field is not valid inside a JavaScript literal. Okay, and this has been rewritten, so like, and this doesn't work here, doesn't work here, doesn't work here. God. Double add warning. Okay, I can do it after this. And the warning is still there. Yeah, the warning is 27. Okay. It's annoying, but this makes this is like removing the warning for the entire thing. I want it to be removed just for the self. But this is inside of the JavaScript preprocessor, which I have no idea. Can I do this like over here maybe? No. Okay, anyway, this is better than nothing, I guess. I'll just add a comment because self. Okay, so now the cast language server is broken. Beautiful. Option is none. Oh, option is none. Okay. Option is none. Option is none. In this place over here, option get. This option is none. Currently compiled file is none. There's no way. Oh, it's because I'm including while doing the standard library. Yeah, I should do this in the import. Do that inside of the import. Import, not import. State compiler here. Because when I'm importing over here, I have the state. I should say state. Yeah, I feel like I want over here to say state with currently file is Yuri. Like that. Some Yuri. Not actually by the original state then. Okay, so this is a string. I change this to be int32. It's changing, but at the same time, if I look at the output, let me bring back the logs so that I see them. This one, info. Right. No Claude chatbox, no tab autocomplete. What is this? 2012. I'm using ChatGPT a little bit, but I'm not doing vibe coding. Fuck that. But hello, Cyberlux. Type check failed. Yeah, that's right. Trying to restart language server. Look at the output. So we have this thing imported the import test. I search for it. It only is imported once, right? And then I like work on this file. Let x be 123 like this, right? And it is still only imported once. It will only be imported twice if I actually change this, right? Now it was imported 8 times while I was typing all of these characters, right? But as soon as I stop doing that, let y be 123, it's no longer being imported. It's all in the cache. Nice. I guess that is nice. But I also want to have the auto-completion here. I mean, the LSP working in this file. So this file should be part of the workspace too, right? Which should be just very similar. If a file was imported, yeah, if I feel like if a file was imported, do that. Let me just commit what I have done. Um, okay, handle. Only recompile imports if needed, I guess. And what? Yes, when the file was imported, I'm going to also throw the thing. When I'm importing a file, value is compile and then evaluate, right? But I only care about the compiled one. Importing is also evaluating it, but I only care about the compilation here, technically. I'm going to perform an effect, which is the import effect, which is similar to the included effect. File included. Yeah. So we have a effect file included, effect find std, file included, and file imported, I guess. I mean, I can do the same one, the included one. Let's call this included or imported, because I think they are the same. Let's actually have file included separately from file imported. I mean, technically file imported is also going to maybe store the value that we have imported there. Yes. Yeah. Let's rename this back to file included. And I will also have the file imported. File imported is always going to be an expression, so it's not even a generic one here. So file imported is going to just be compiled is expression. And we'll also have the value like that. I want to move this somewhere, maybe. Effect. Oh, but this needs the compiled kind. types. Like this. It's a different effect though. Call it compiler effect. So this should be not compiler effect. Yeah, just compiler effect, I guess. Compiled kind. I'm just going to open types or something. What's in it? Types. Effect is compiler effect. Open types here. But this doesn't work because this is cyclic now. I don't open this. I say types dot. Pretty sure I say types dot. Okay, that works, I guess. Weird. Compiler. So now over here, when I evaluate, right, this is the value. This value, this is expression, and yeah. It's none, it's unit. Yeah, I feel like I just need to the expression always. And I'm going to say that let value be evaluate expression. But I'm going to say over here and to match AST with some AST. It's none, then it's going to be compile. It's going to be expression unit instant shape unit initialize expression span beginning of source 3. Does that work? So we always have an expression even if the file is empty now. Okay, and then we just say effect perform compiler effect file imported, right? And this thing has inside of it value expression filed is expression. What else do we have there? Oh my god, the language server doesn't want to help me. It's root, URI, and parse. A root is URI. URI. I mean, we were just going to only have URI here, basically. There is no need for a root. And parsed. Parsed. And parsed is parsed. Means that this is the parser result. like that. Okay, beautiful. I'll have that effect. I want to see where this effect has been used. The language server does not. It's so stupid. It's so bad. And you should literally just search instead of using the language server. File included. Okay. Included. JS. Sure. Y imported. Imported. File imported. This one just doesn't have the root. It doesn't have the kind. It has the value, which I kind of don't really care about it here. Maybe I will later. I feel like I need to like remove to make sure that this is not actually a root. But yeah. So file state is you recompile diagnostics. There you go. Wait, why is the diagnostics empty? We potentially want to have the diagnostics there. I will not have the diagnostics for the imported files, which is wrong. Well, it's better than nothing. Says file source. Yes, in this case, I will also say cache table remove global roots included this source query, because this one is like the original file. Restart cast language server. Let's take a look. If I go to the example, I can go to the import test, and this actually has the things. Okay, I don't have the diagnostics though in this file, right? So if I say let x be like that, right? Then like even although it works like that, I don't have the diagnostic. If I say over here int32, which is what it is supposed to be, right? Formatting failed. Let's just say 0. I have the inlay hints, but not the diagnostics. If I say that this is a string, right? I'm not going to have that. Type checked string is not that. Yeah, this should be this should actually be unit type here. Type check is still here. Yeah, I need to, yeah. This is type check failed. Type is not equal to this. Yeah, because this should be a type unit. Like that. Alright. Okay. And for like, so the diagnostics are bad in two ways. First of all, the diagnostics for this file are only being updated when I change this file, even although it can be affected by another file, right? And the diagnostics for this other file is not being shown at all because this one is being imported. And why did I do... Wait, what? I'm losing this. Syntax highlighting, why? Why am I losing this syntax highlighting? Compiler error. Trying to parse error. No, this doesn't parse. No, this is fine. It's hot today, guys. How much is it? Holy shit. It's 33.1 degrees here, guys. That's a lot. That's a lot. I'm going to be cooked here. Why would the highlighting be gone? Why would the highlighting be gone? Because it was not imported anymore. Okay, that makes sense. Cyberlux used Claude in 2012. Hello, Raymarch. I understand why. It's because because the file is actually cached, so I don't import it. I use the value from the cache, but then the language server is actually, because of that, forgetting because the language server is forgetting about everything, right? The language server is forgetting about everything, right? Yeah, because that's what I'm doing over here when I process the workspace. When I process the workspace, I'm saying workspace files is empty, but I guess I should not do that anymore. I should not actually empty that, right? I should only remove the files. I should only update the files, I mean, right? I should never remove anything. And let's see, restart language server. Like that. Go to the import test, and it still is there. All right. Hoarder mentality. Yeah, I guess like technically this can like this is basically like leaking memory. So like a file should be here only if it's actually part of the workspace, right? But yeah, like I need to kind of remove of them sometimes if they are no longer part of the workspace. Yes. Okay, and then the diagnostics. And then the diagnostics for the file. And the inlay, oh wait, no, inlay hints are already there. Inlay hints are already here. Right? It's just the diagnostics are not working. This over here should say that this is not a string, obviously. So how am I doing the things? So we have the cast LSP here. The diagnostics are being sent. Every time I modify the document, I'm forking, and I'm going to send the diagnostics over here. Notify back, send diagnostics. And the diagnostics. The diagnostic is specifically for a single file, right? Code, code description, data, message, range, source. What's the source? Let's see, LSP specification. Diagnostic. Source, a human readable string representing the source. TypeScript or superlint. Yeah. There is no specification of where this file comes from. So like the diagnostic is capabilities specific to the text document publish diagnostics notification, right? So so we are basically sending a notification to the client to publish the diagnostics. Publish diagnostic notification. Diagnostics are sent from the server to the client to signal results of validation runs. Diagnostics are owned by the server, so it's the server's responsibility to clear them if necessary. The following rule is used for the VS Code servers to generate diagnostics. If a language is single file only, for example HTML, then diagnostics are cleared by the server when the file is closed. If a language has a project system, for example C#, diagnostics are not clear when the file closes. When the file is opened, all diagnostics, or when a project is opened, all diagnostics for all files are recomputed. When a file changes, it's the server's responsibility to recompute the diagnostics and push them to the client. If the computed set is empty, it has to push the empty array to clear former diagnostics. Newly push diagnostics always replace clears to push diagnostics. There is no merging that happens on the client side. See also diagnostics section. Client capability. Publish diagnostics parameters. Oh, wait, hold on. No, it has the URI. Okay. The URI for which diagnostics is reported. So I just need to publish the diagnostics for a bunch of things. It's just like that this library is done in a stupid way. Probably the one that I'm using is what it means. Because I literally just need to process and I need to publish back all the diagnostics, right? Processing init, workspace, folder, processing init, something something. You know, new state is file state for the URI. Like I need to actually file state. Yeah, like I'm getting the latest updates and then I say I have the global processing state, right? Which is just get state. Wait, when is get state even used? Processing update file. Get state. Okay. File state is waiting for that. Get state is not waiting for that. Okay. On doc. State. I'm just saying that this, when the document has been changed, and to basically change the diagnostics for all the files, right? Not a single file. In diagnostics, like I need to get the yeah, the LSP diagnostics need to be for not a single file, but for all the files. And then I need to send the diagnostics. Send diagnostics. A wrapper to more easily reply to notifications. Yeah, because the URI is the same URI to which I am replying. Oh wait, hold on. We can notify back, and the URI is optional, right? But the URI by default is the same one as we were having. Okay, so send diagnostics actually has the URI here. Okay, the diagnostics. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So I need it in the processing state then. Global state, workspace state. In the workspace state, we have files, and each file has the file state. Right. There you go. We already have them. Or do I? Wait, I'm not storing the diagnostics, am I? For all the files. File state. Yeah, it's like a little bit in a different place, the diagnostics, I think. So the problem is who is actually... Yeah, hold on. File state contains the diagnostics, right? But who is populating that? Who is populating the diagnostics? Because this says diagnostics is empty, and this says diagnostics is empty when the files is imported or included. And then the diagnostics is actually being held over here. So yeah, when we have the error of the compiler, when we have this of this thing, yes. Yeah, we say over here that this might be from another file, right? And because this might be from another file, I need to actually store this diagnostic to a specific file state. Which means that it probably... probably should not even be. Like, it should be like somewhere over here. Same to the imported files or something. Diagnostics is going to be like a URI map to the SP types diagnostic list. Like this. It's also going to be mutable. Why did I make this a hash table? Whatever. So we say originally that diagnostics is a URI map empty. When I update file and I remove something for the file, when the file is updated, imported by URI. When should I remove the file from there? Hello, Ogma. I can try never to remove it for now. Maybe. I feel like all of that needs to be like rewritten. Something. Is all wrong a little bit. File state is no longer containing the diagnostics then, right? And instead of having the diagnostics here, or I'm saving it like that. Yeah, I should like have the if similar to like if the error of the file being included or imported, I should have similarly the effects which are saying that file started processing, so that, you know, I just want to make sure that this file has been started to be processed. You know, so every time I import, right over here, I'm importing this, right? So I'm just going to say effect perform compiler effect start processing URI, and this is where I will actually clear this stuff here and in the include too. Because when I'm processing the inclusion, before I'm doing anything, over here, I'm going to start processing, yeah. Okay. That makes sense, I think. If file started processing, I don't care about that. Here, I don't care about that here. I only care about it in the actual processing over here. So if we have effect file started processing URI, then before continuing, I'm going to say that hash table URI map remove URI from global diagnostics. Right? I'm just removing it from there. The diagnostics here is now empty. The diagnostics here is now empty. This is not going to be diagnostics. I will instead, yeah, so this to do here no longer matters. I will say, I'll say add diagnostic for error span URI, like that. Where add diagnostic, this also. Yeah, so I will just say that over here that add diagnostic URI and diagnostic, which is SP types diagnostic. This is going to be global diagnostics. Global. Okay, I need to make sure that it exists there. Map. Update. Update Yuri. Function previous. That current is previous option. Unwrap. Or else to list. And then we return current plus these new diagnostics, right? Like that. Okay, and then we have the diagnostic we get for the file state here now, right? Now I have this for the file state, but this doesn't make sense because this now needs also to have the global, which is processing a global state, right? And then I will say global diagnostics. Then to Yuri map find opt for state.Yuri into into function sum list into list, and if none, then it's going to be empty list, right? Like that. So I get using the global state. This needs global state of the diagnostics of the file state. Although for the JavaScript one, for the JavaScript, I feel like, yeah, I guess like for the JavaScript, I will actually have the global thing done once here for now. Here's my global state. I'll remove that. I'll remove this. I'll just do that. I'm also processing the file in the global thing. And the diagnostic should get this from the global. Yeah, right. But now, yeah, I'm going to like wait for all the updates here. And then I'm going to go for, I'm going to say get state diagnostics Yuri map iterate to have function Yuri and diagnostics, right? And for each of those, I'm going to send the diagnostics. And I'm going to notify after tracing over here, after logging. I'm going to say send diagnostics for, oh my god, if only the language server worked here. I hate this thing. This I can go to the type definition. Then diagnostics. Wait, notify back. Oh, yeah, over here, Yuri. What? I mean, there's a method set Yuri. So before sending the diagnostics, I can set the Yuri. Notify back. This library. Send diagnostics. Wait, maybe over here somewhere. Hold on. LSP server. Send diagnostics. Wait, this is a class notify back. Is that a different class? No, it's not. Yeah, but notify back is a class which has these arguments. Right. Send diagnostics is only here. Notify back. Telemetry. Oh, I can just send notification, right? Just the general purpose one. Yeah, so I will just send the notification, which is the publish diagnostics, right? And I just send notification. The notification, this expected to be LSP server notification. So can I say over here, not notification. So notification is LSP types notification server notification. Publish diagnostics. Publish diagnostic params. Publish diagnostics. Using LSP types, publish diagnostic params. Create, right? That's what we want. We have diagnostics, URI, version, and unit. So URI is common URI to LSP URI. And then we want diagnostics to be equal diagnostics, like that. Common URI to LSP URI. URI is URI T. This one is URI T. Unbound module common. What do you mean unbound module common? All right. Just going to say URI. Let's just say cast LSP diagnostics get for state. There you go. I feel like this should just be, yeah, like this is get for a file. Yeah, like this is get for file, but I want to be able to get all, and get all is just having only the global state. And this one is going to have a Yuri. Let's be types LSP Unity and diagnostic list. I think something like that, right? I feel like it's global diagnostics into URI map list map URI and diagnostics, URI and diagnostics. But I need this to be common URI to LSP. Like that. So this should be just a list iter. This is a URI and diagnostics, like that. I'm going to not log it. I'm too lazy. Fix this error. And then we just do that. Okay. Let's see if this works. I feel like it doesn't work. Now I have no diagnostics in any file. Beautiful. Okay. Beautiful. Mm, okay, I'm a language server is reporting. Okay, thank you. No! Close this file. And never open it again. Thank you. It's not even showing me the problems from the files if they are not opened. Oh my god. Alright. So I think that... Okay, I will try to log it then, right? Here. But I mean... I'm not getting any, right? Actually, this should just be cast LSP common ls URI from LSP. That will work. Cast restart language server. Output cast language server. Diagnostics. Diagnostics. Oh, now we have the diagnostics. Oh, I see. Because like I'm doing this only when... I see. Now I have the diagnostics in things must implement the rule before using it. 2 plus. Wait, what's plus? But plus is existing. Must implement the rule before using it. This thing. Okay, something is really wrong. Trying to compile error node. This one makes sense. Import test doesn't show the diagnostics. Example. Import test. Now I have this diagnostic here. Okay. All right. It's because the diagnostics are not stored on the initialization. Maybe because it's a little bit different. When I do initialize workspace, I do process workspace. Right. So initialize, I do that. Okay. Which technically means that I should be able to fix the problem I had last stream. There's so many problems every time. I forget what problem I had yesterday. I probably fixed it. Yes. Okay, so when I initialize the workspace in the language server here, I do that. Notify back on request initialize. Yeah, so like when I initialize, I also want to send the things. There you go. There you go. I need to over here. Let's say state. This over here is my global state. That global state. Be that state like that. And then I want to send the diagnostics, right? Yeah. This over here is my code. It should be self send diagnostics using this state specifically. I can just send diagnostics. Yeah, let's just do this. Self send diagnostics. Just a method like this. Which is doing everything that I was doing before, which is like this forking. So I'll just have the method private send diagnostics. Is this, but this needs yeah, this needs notify back, right? Like this, and then I do the same thing on the initialization. After I have done that, I'm going to say self send diagnostics, modify back that. Maybe like after this or whatever. No, on request initial. Oh, this is something that should be returned. Okay, sure. The function was out of scope, but couldn't get access. Yeah, probably fixed it. Okay, I'm working on improving the language server instead of improving the language. We restart the language server, and I should get all of the diagnostics. But I'm not, until I'm saving a file, actually, which is weird. Must implement rule before using it. This over here is actually this one is even wrong. Because unless I broke something, guess a number. Yeah, this definitely works. So this diagnostics is actually fake. Why is it fake? Oh, I know why. Because of the cache. Oh my god, I broke it. So because I have a cached standard library, but the syntax implementation is not part of the cache. That's why. This is all wrong. Okay, now I need to rewrite everything from scratch so that, like, everything works properly. Not from scratch, but, like, I need to refactor, I think. So the problem is I have the compiler state. Compiler state contains the custom syntax implementations inside, right? And this is now not going to be changed. It's going to be blank when I process the file again. Like, it only works on the first pass. Because I cache the imported files, but I don't cache the custom syntax rules. Which actually means, probably, that like what should even a file be, right? Like, I feel like I have too much global state is the problem. So like the result of the imported file is just a value right now, but the file is the TS working? It was supposed to be working. Did you hear it? I think you should have heard it, right?
Hello. Is TTS working?
Yeah, it's working. So, like, the result of the file that is imported is not just a value, right? Because I potentially have mutated some compiler state. Specifically, I implemented a syntax, right? So that should be stored in the file, right? If I was to store the compiled file, this is not just compiled, right? This is compiled and evaluated file. So it's not just a value, because while evaluating, while compiling, I was also modifying some global state, specifically the custom syntax implementations. Which technically means that means like when I'm importing a file, right? We have this to do over here, right? Yeah, I'm using like the current compiler state, but that's wrong. I need to actually initialize a new compiler state over here. The reason I didn't do that is that in the imported file I might want to use the standard, so it should not be blank one. It should be the compiler state that like has something, right? Maybe import should have the extra argument, which should specify how do I get like a blank compiler. I mean, technically, this compiler is not even being used, with exceptions of the imported. So maybe this is the compiler which I'm going to use. Yeah, let's have like compiler is going to be unit into state. Compiler, right? What is the compiler that I'm going to use there? And then we just going to have the imported, which is the imported. And I just don't do that. Imported. What? State imported? Like this. Yeah, so I just say that state is not blank. State is compiler. Like this. And C compile. Oh my god. But then I need to know how to compile, right? This has the make compiler. Right. So compiler should be this that returns module s. Can we do that? How do I have a function that returns a first class module? I cannot say s here, right? Camel first class modules. Type expression is module, right? Yes. And this is the type expression. We should have module. S is here. Maybe this needs to be in parentheses. There you go. That's right. So I don't say state. I say compiler is compiler. And then state is compiler state. This expression has type module s, which is not a record type. let module C be this. Let module S be this. In. No, let module is going to be that, but I have a function that returns devices, string module device hash table, right? We can then select one implementation based on command line arguments, for instance. Module device is value. Value. Compiler S. Huh? Module device is module S. This language. Let module S. What's the difference? Why is over here is just a module? Because this is the top level. I just have a let module. So yeah, I need to have a let module, which I do. And then inside of here, what do I need to do? Let module. This is set make, because this is like a module like that. That's not what I want though, because I don't want to use a function. I want to use a function, not a functor. We have a function that returns a module, so I can call it like this. But this is not correct syntax, even though this function is returned in module S. God. Pretty. Camel. I have function type unit into module S. How do I call the function and store it in a variable, and then variable let m be f in. That works, but it but then I can't use module fields. It says it's not a struct. OCaml doesn't let you use fields of a first-class module directly. You have to unpack into a module binding to access the contents. You have a function f like this. When you call function f, you have a first-class module. You can't use it like a normal module unless you unpack it. So you must do this. Module m is val f s in. Okay. Sure. So I need to say let module is val compiler s. Okay. Didn't I just do the same thing a second ago? I thought I was trying to do the same thing, no? Okay. So now this works. Okay. So now core syntax. Oh, but this doesn't even work. Oh my god, this is so hate OCaml. Now it wants me to refactor my entire code base. How would I even do that, though? Or should the compiler inside of itself be able to create another compiler? I mean, all I want is to change the state technically, right? Yeah. So that's right. I just want to have the module where I change the state. And the other thing is the same, right? Yes. Yes. So this module that I have inside should be, so this should be unit into module C. Why can I not do that? Module into C. How do I return the module? Hello? As a first class? Inside parentheses? No. Oh, I forgot the function. Probably. Okay. And we have the imported. Imported should be C state imported. Something like that. Okay, so but this is not correct because this should return a new module. So struct, right? Struct is a syntax error, so I should do module struct. Yes, that's what I need to do. So state is C state. Compile is C compile. All right, but then I will modify the state. Hello, Brainoid. Then I modify the state to be another state. Oh my god, I'm lost. I'm lost at what I'm doing now. I've touched too many things at this point. So I need the compiler for the imported file to be empty. Okay, maybe I will just use the existing compiler here, fine. Let's bring the function back. Hello? Why can I not go to the definition? This stupid thing. Module. CS. Not imported. C state imported. That's what we had before, right? I just want to have the. I just want to say that I have the new. Wait, what did I want to do? I wanted to change the state. Yes, I just wanted to change the state. Currently compiled file. This. C. State T. Okay, compiler state. I don't even like. Yeah. Let's just say that currently compiled is none. Let's just have all of the other fields here, which I don't have autocompletion for, which is amazing. Oh no, I do. Okay, nice. Current syntax impulse is none. What's the type of this? I cannot hover, it doesn't work. Hash table, I guess. Create. I want a blank state, right? I want a blank state, but some of these are actually not blank. Like a scope. But scope should be the one that has the standard library. Ah. Ugh. Imported. Interpreter. This is all wrong. This is all wrong. Scope should be different. Interpreter should be different. But it should not be the empty one. Because of the standard library. Should be the one with the standard library. All right. Fine, fine. Let's take a break. A quick break, a small break, a tiny break. Just a small little one, you know? Not gonna be a long break. It's a baby break, yeah. Where's my Steam? I was opening Steam. It's nowhere to be found. Do I have the beta? I don't know. Oh wait, it's updating, right? Because I updated earlier. Do I have the beta? I don't know. We can see update right now. I mean, properties. Do you want me to do the beta? Oh, that's the demo. Oh, okay. Right. Right. Oh wait, you yeah, you only have the demo still, right? On the thing on Steam store page. Send me the key on the Discord. How do you add things? I'll never beat you. I'll never beat you, Ogma. There is no way. I'm really bad at this game. I'm just going to suck so much you will be really impressed. Like, because no one sucks as much as I do in this game, you know? Bottom left, add a game. Add a product on Steam. Alright. Download. Do you want me to like do the some beta or something? Compatibility updates. Controller. Where do I even opt into a beta? I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know. Just a separate product. Okay. Just do this. Missing components. Missing game executable. Wait, what? Why is it saying missing game executable? You have the you don't have the Linux build? Or something? No, like this looks like a Linux build actually, right? Like I can try to work the to use the Windows one like that. It looks like your Linux build is broken. Wait, can I make this not a full screen one? No, it forces itself into being full screen. Settings. Is there even an full screen? There we go. There we go. Should we replicate beta x86 64? I see. Grain effect. Camera effect. 60 FPS, 30 FPS. Wait, where's the option for 140 FPS? What? Where's the option for the billion FPS? Bigger tooltip scale. Sure. No saved runs. Continue. Start new game. This is a demo version and still has bugs. Probably want to remove that notification from this build. Okay, your images are now updated. Seed not available in demo. Difficulty 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there a difficulty 0? Because I feel like I need a 0. Can you go back to the main menu? Hold on. Main menu. What looks wrong? It says beta 120. How do I close this? It's missing the beta notes. Flip. How do I flip? I'm so good. Easy game. Type Baratro anywhere. Playtest tool, unlock decks, hide bosses. It's all broken, lol. Lol. Alright. Look at your score. Where's my score? 0, 0, 0, 0. Yes. Everything is broken. Okay. Is the upside down cat there for a reason? What is this even? This is just the history. Round 1 start, hand score, total score. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it did say that total score 220 over here after the turn 1 end. Turn to start 220. Yeah. Wait, what was that? I saw something. I saw something. Oh, it's a seed. Okay. I feel like the copy button over here is not hoverable. If this is even a button. Yeah, it is a button. It does copy, but it's not hoverable here. Can you update and try the Linux? Sure. It says replicate beta is actually missing, right? I can take a look. Oh, local, share, Steam apps, common, replicate, because it's not playtest, right? Wait, is it? Playtest. No, it is playtest. Yeah, so you have there. Yeah, it's called replicate demo here. Your binary is called replicate demo, but you are trying to launch the replicate beta, right? Maybe because you didn't publish it, maybe. Imagine how you had entire cast source code in your clipboard and now it's gone. It's fine, we'll just go into write it from scratch. Like we did 3 times. I feel like the code that I have written already for cast, it also needs to be like, you know, like, and to fix it. Before moving forward, I feel like I need to fix the code, actually. Now, publish the fix, but you can also rename it manually. No, we're not going to do that. If you published, we just say to force the thing. I just need to do what? Just like verify integrity or something, and it's going to download for me, right? Yeah, now we have the replicate beta. But it also doesn't launch. It also doesn't launch, it seems, right? Okay. Let's try CY. Can help you test this. Okay. Replicate beta. I mean, this obviously will not work. I need to do wine, right? So Steam run wine. Player data not found. Fail to initialize registry display for display 1. System NT user change display settings. Return to -2. Is it because you're trying to go full screen or something? Mm, how do I see the logs? I need to like Steam. How to run Steam app from command line. Steam run game ID, your game ID. What's your game ID? Three 509. That. No licenses. No. Is that a different ID? That's curious. Hold on. How do I just want to see the logs actually. This maybe is not like correct way to launch it through the wine. But yeah, this seems like you're trying to change the display settings, right? And that is not working. I remember something like Factorio console. Factorio was telling me how to do this from the terminal or something. Command line parameters. Steam. No? That's just if I have the binary, no. Probably because you changed it to be Windows in the settings. I don't know. Oh, this is replicate beta. Replicate beta. How to see logs for Steam game. Do you save the logs somewhere yourself? How do you clear the save files? You delete the registry file? Wait, why do you use the registry? Don't you just do the don't you just store it in a file? Why do you use the registry for this? Do you not use the Steam Cloud saves? Is register for settings? I feel like you should use the Steam Cloud. I mean, I don't know. Maybe not. I don't think Windows mode makes sense in the Steam Cloud. I don't know. Maybe not. I can remove it, sure. Local share Steam apps. No, it is share Steam app, game app. Username, saved games. See. Oh wait, you do it on Linux, right? Yeah. Because this is a native one. This is not the wine stuff. Okay. It's probably I guess like I mean it depends, right? Yeah. Config Unity 3D. Raynoid Games. Replicate demo. Get beta. So just going to remove this. You still yeah, you have Steam Auto Cloud. Shop save. So I'm just going to remove it all. You want me to remove the whole thing? There's general save, board save, progress save, shop save, tiny save. Let's try, sure. It was trying to synchronize the cloud though. So it downloaded it again from the Steam cloud is the thing. Right? How do I delete it and make sure that it's not downloading it again from the Steam cloud? How to clean Steam cloud? How to clear Steam cloud for game. Properties unchecked for the cloud support. Properties. Steam cloud. Remove. Okay. Yeah, the files are no longer there, but you say you save something in the registry. So that's the question, where do you actually save it if you are doing the native Linux build, right? That's dependent on the Unity, I guess, because these are literally just files, right? You want the like the saves for the windowed files or not are not stored here, right? And I don't have player log. No, there was no player log. There is also only the JSON files here, so it's somewhere else. Find replicate. That's what I did already. But that's not correct. It's not doing the ignored files or something, right? Yeah. Okay, there's actually there's config Brainoid games replicate demo, and there's config Unity 3D Brainoid games replicate demo. It doesn't even run anything related to Unity, it falls before that. Probably something to do with Steam. You know why? Okay, so why? Or even like this file over here. Uh, 11 June. Yes, this folder was created today, actually. I thought this was like some old stuff. Steam AutoCloud. Just another AutoCloud. Folder name is not aligning. Oh, it's July. It just happens to also be 11th, right? Okay. Yeah, this one is 11th June and this one is July. So I played your game exactly 1 month ago last time. Is that right, Brainoid? You change the executable name, but not the data folder name in the same folder. I don't know what it means, but you can fix it, I guess. Okay, it's just weird that we don't like see the logs or something, right? I mean, I just need to look at the like I don't know how to get like the logs in the terminal of the Steam game. Did I do the wrong ID? Because like you're literally supposed to do Steam run game ID, and this is the wrong ID, or what? 3509430, and it says no licenses. Beta product has a different ID. It's confusing. Oh, so like I have installed not the actual thing, right? Yeah, okay. So I don't even know how to get its ID then myself, unless you tell me, right? Oh, there it is. It's 3534160. But it doesn't show me the log still. It still doesn't show me the log because it's doing it not in this terminal, but in another terminal. What if I quit Steam? And then launch Steam like that? It still is going to spawn it, right? So I'm still not going to see it in the logs. Yeah, okay. Updated it anyways. Now my Steam is opening for 5 years for some reason. Last updated. Do I need to... Is it updated? Did you publish the update? Okay, yeah, it works. Keep in mind this is a beta version. And it still has bugs. Settings, full screen off. Beta version has many experimental stuff with temporary visuals. Alright. One thing that I don't like is that, like, this over here, you have this effect, right? What do you call this effect? The... it's not the grain. It's not the shadow. It's camera effects, yeah. Like, it looks fine in the center, but over here it's too much. Chromatic aberration, yeah. Okay, does it work now? The score. No, my score is still 0. Moves is 0. Everything is 0, right? So your game is broken. Fix it, Brainoid. Core is broken on Linux, interesting. But it was broken on the Windows too, right? When I was playing it through the compatibility. It's not about Linux, I think. Right? Let's try again to force to use the Windows version. Mm. Looks like the moves are working. Score 300, but it still is 0 for me. But it should be after I end the turn. Can I end the turn manually? I don't remember. Yeah, the score is working here. Okay, so the score is broken on Linux, right? Okay, I'll do one run. And then I'm going to go back. How do you play this game again? You collect the 10s, right? Tens only run? Ah, it's fine. I'll use 100 too. Another 100. 100, hundreds and tens. Why is it a grid? Burn card, shallow man. How many money do I have? 35. 25% to this. Cards. At the end of the round, earn $5 per the round per turns left. Lose all money if one turn left. How do I buy? How do I end the... oh, end the turn over here. So I can just end the turn immediately and get the money. Where's my money? Yo, where's my money? At the end of the round, earn $5 per turns left. I had 16 turns left. Oh, wait, it's turns. It's not... wait, hold on. This was end turn, not the round. Oh, okay. Oh. I bet. I just need to end... I just need to reach this score quickly. So now I'm going to lose all the money, and that is fine. Ah, maybe not. Ah, probably yes. Ah, maybe not. Okay, it should be easy. I just find a 100, which is over here. I have 2 turns left, right? So I'm going to earn $10, right? Yes. All right. Got it. It'll be 15. What is this? Multiplies the points scored before this card by a random amount. Black Hole Sun adds a random yellow card pair to your deck after the boss rounds. I'm not even going to get to the boss, right? Wait, have I ever played the boss in this game? I don't remember. Your money can go negative when buying cards or curious if you have at least $1. Multiply the points before this card by 1.5. How do I sell cards? Burn. Oh, I need $10 to burn a card, right? Okay. Can you test the locking mechanic, please? What's the locking mechanic? Never heard of it. I'm going to remember this multiplier. I'm going to use it when I have a lot of money. Maybe this one is good, like 200. We can multiply that now. Should have used that on the last move though. Always, right? I could end this in one. Yes, I would have just ended this in one turn. I think Dragon Fruit Sorbet, the fact that I have it like so early is actually really good. I will probably not make good use of it though. But how do I lock? Where's the lock? What's this treasure? Oh, I have a treasure. Was that a boss round or what is that? Earn money. Burn a card. Burn this card and you remove it from your deck. I don't want to burn... Wait. Yeah, I don't want to burn this one, probably. Essences can upgrade your cards in various ways. At a Curia. Wildfire Matchbox. Burn cost cannot go higher than $20. Oh, that's probably a good one. I will burn everything then. Let's just burn everything. All the low level cards have essences. Essence. When using the card adds a score multiplier to it. Sure. On the 100 one. Earn money equal to the card players played this turn. On every turn? Oh, that's a lot of money. I need to buy this. Multiply the scores before these cards. 1 plus 0.1 per burned cards. And then I'm going to burn. Burn. So this one was updated, right? Currently burned cards 1, yes, okay. Gonna skip the lock again? Where's the lock? Oh, this one? You can lock shop items here to see them in the later shop visits. No. How do I click it? Why is this empty inside? Oh, I need to move the item into the lock. That's not obvious. I think. Like, why is this hovering? Like, say drag the thing here. Okay, well, I was smart enough to figure this out, but... Bam, bam, bam. I need to not do that, but because this is not going to multiply anything, right? Before this card, yeah, whatever. It's so weird to have like basically odd number of turns like this. Because I had the stay card, right? I should end the turn instead. Yeah, this thing is still here. It looks like it's increased the price, so it's working, the locks. Minimum point becomes 20. Cards score at least 20 when played. I shouldn't have burned the things then, right? If you have identical pairs in your hand, multiply the score hand by 1.5. First reroll is free. Multiply the scores before gain, lose 3 extra moves. For 50 points, gain $1. Really increase points by 10 before scoring. 10. And burn. Oh my god, I forgot. This one was over here? No. Over here? No. Why did I do that? No idea. Yeah, I was saying, sorry for being muted. I was saying that over here I lost the money because of the sorbet, but it's not here in the log. And it happens before I earn more money. I feel like it should be like listed over here. Beep, 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 beep. Override stamps. Allow you to override stamps on the cards. First reveal of the round automatically reveals its pair. Making 2 jokers immediately scores random points between 250 and 500. I don't have a joker though. What if I just get another 100 instead? Can I remove this one though? I want to lock now this guy instead of that guy. But now I cannot place it anywhere, right? I have to buy this now. Or I have to buy something else so that I can unlock it. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum. One column. That's a good thing to multiply, I guess. Maybe. Oh, this one is 100, this one is a 50. This one is a 10. I'll do this as the last thing. This and that, right? Oh, this is good. No, wait. Fucked up because of the stupid stay card. Can I undo? Can I unclick the thing? Shit. Oh, it doesn't matter. I win. Last card, a pair revealed gets matched, even if they are not matching pairs. And use the card adds score multipliers to it. Replace 2 random cards, pairs in your deck with these 2 cards. Score 250. It works only if there are no other red cards in hand. Score random between this and that. Repeat 3 times. Eh. Oh, it's a stay in an auto one. Okay. Okay. Let's get money. Double the points permanently after scoring with this card. This one is really good. Da-da-dum. The boots are really good. And I'm going to burn. I don't like this stay card. Although I probably should burn defense. Plus 2 moves. Sure. That was a lot of moves. What? These are just multipliers, so this is all 0, right? Beautiful. All zeros, why not? I like the boots. The boots are really good. Oh my god, my memory. I forgot everything that I already revealed. There's one turn left. I'm going to lose. This is the end. Oh, hold on. 2 more moves. And to find that. It's not going to help me anyway. I get 2 more moves, but I'm going to lose. Where's the multipliers? My memory. It just doesn't work. GG. I didn't even get to the second level. Whatever level means. What does the level do? I don't know. Oh, alright, alright. One day I will become actually good at the game. Maybe. They unlock new cards and curios, which will show up to your runs later. I see. I see. Okay, what was I doing? I did something here. Now I forgot what I was doing. And is it compiled? It is compiled. What's wrong with the Linux version? Yeah, I don't know. So the problem was that I was importing files, and the file imported actually have side effects, which is the thing, right? Okay, but this is like global diagnostics, kind of. So I can commit that. Right? Although global diagnostic, it still doesn't work, right? If I try right now to restart cast language server, then it doesn't work until I press space here or something else. Why? 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 Because the diagnostics were... Just see, I'm going to restart cast language server and see the output. Yeah, like I see the compiler errors here, right? And they are just not shown. Okay. Yes. So why is that? I feel like, oh, it's because like, okay, I'm opening the file only later. Right. Feel like I know. Cast LSP. So because when we have a doc open, doc did open, right? Over here. This is where I should report. No, actually, that doesn't matter. Like, I need to report the diagnostics for the files that are not even opened, right? Sending diagnostics. Let's see. Let's close everything. Restart cast language server. So like no files are even open. And cast language server should say that it was sending the diagnostics, but it's not, right? It's not sending the diagnostics. Why? Because we have the initialize. Workspace folders are these. So I'm going to initialize the workspace folders. Then we send diagnostics, right? So processing init will return me the global state. So I will initialize the workspace. Initialize the workspace will also process that. So it's supposed to have the things, yes. Yeah, because this is being logged, which means that I am adding the diagnostics, right? Yeah. Log info added diagnostic for URI print URI. Restart cast language server output. Yeah, so I added the diagnostics. There you go. I added diagnostics for things. For all of the files. Okay. And then let's see now. Over here, I said processing in edge, right? Send diagnostics. I mean, technically I'm forking here, but does it matter? Oh, is it because it's like waiting for the latest updates? Okay. Log info. Send diagnostics. And send diagnostics actually. How about that? Let's see, maybe that's the problem. That I'm waiting for the things, although like... No, it said send diagnostic X actually, right? Yeah, it's already there. Okay. Size is 0. I'm finding using objects like a true functional programming. Oh, this code base is very far from being functional. Oh, Camel is very far from being a functional language, I think. um, like mutability is what is not what you do in functional programming, right? Like the ideal functional programming or whatever, the pure functional programming. That's not it. And it does lead to all sorts of bugs, actually. So maybe I should rewrite things to be more pure. Like, literally, the problem that I have is the global state. And then, like, global state and caching. List length diagnostics. So why is the size 0? If it said added diagnostics for this file, added diagnostics over here, right? And then it said diagnostics are actually 0. Why? That makes no sense. Mutable camel just implicitly turns into a state monad. Well, it's too implicit. You can say everything is a state monad. It's too implicit. It's you cannot enforce it. Like when you are using a state monad, you have the fact that the thing is mutable, or that your function is going to mutate the state in the type system, but in OCaml it's not there, which means that like you don't get the same guarantees anymore. And like for the same reason, why like the Rust borrow checker helps. Like in Rust borrow checker helps. In OCaml nothing helps because everything is just mutable. No, I mean, you need to declare it as mutable, but as soon as you do that, anything can mutate it. It's too much power. Same as like the exceptions, they have too much power, right? Because any function can throw an exception. The effects in OCaml, they are too powerful because they're not. You cannot restrict a function to not perform an effect. So like if you have the power, then you also need to. Then like when there is power, with great power comes great responsibility, right? And then because the responsibility is not on the compiler in the OCaml, it means that the responsibility is on the programmer, and that's something that I don't like, right? So like in that sense, because the compiler has no means of guaranteeing things itself, and I don't want to be responsible either because like I'm lazy and right and everything. I know that I will write buggy code. Because of that, I'm like the way to do it correctly is to restrict myself to not use the features that provide this power. You know? Which will lead to easier maintenance of the code base. So I should get rid of the mutability and use like pure functional style instead. Yeah. Because the language sucks. All right. If I add to the diagnostics, then why? Yeah, diagnostics, you remap to list, that, okay. Send diagnostics, over here I initialize. Processing initialize, bootstrap workspaces, initialize workspace, process workspace. I added diagnostics. Diagnostics, remove. Files started processing, then I remove. Okay, let's add this to the logs. Log info removed diagnostics for. Seems like you would have used Haskell if it compiled fast enough. Yes, if not the compilation times, I would definitely go to Haskell instead. Like the compilation time is actually really good in OCaml. I like that. But I don't know. I'm actually like wondering if it's worth it. But like my Rust code base was compiling slow. Would it be worth it more if I just continue to do that instead? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Do we start the rewrite into Haskell now? I don't think so. Like I think Haskell is like has even more. You started to rewrite because of the document. I mean, yeah. I mean, rewriting is just fun. Yes, rewriting is just fun. That's mostly why I did it, not because I had to. Yeah, so the diagnostics are being removed only over here because the file started processing. But that's not what happened. So I have added the diagnostics and then they send the diagnostics where the site is 0. So something is really wrong here. Do you have any predictions on how performant doing work with cast will be? What do you mean performant? How fast does the language compile or run or whatever? Compile times? I feel like I can make it fast. Yes. I'm not actually sure why the Haskell is slow. I mean, I can guess something. So like Rust, like one of the things that we need to not do in order to be fast is to not do monomorphization, I think. So that if there is a generic function, it should be only compiled once and not 1,000 times if I use it 1,000 times with different generic arguments. That's how you make it fast. To compile. And I'm pretty sure that's what OCaml is doing because their generics don't have any like trade bounds, right? So they work literally for any type, and then every type is just like boxed. So like yeah, like you don't need to check anything there. All right. Wait, what is this? If condition must be an error. Wait, what? Where? Over here? It's less than guess. If condition must be boolean, got error. Oh, really? Wait, what? Okay. I guess because of the cache once again and the implementation here. Okay. Let me first figure out the diagnostics because that is really weird. Global state. Like, am I using the same global state? Because if I am, then I only edit it, right? Diagnostics is there. Yeah. Like, can I see where I am? Can I see when I am initializing the struct? No, I do not. Like, that's actually really bad that the OCaml language server doesn't allow me to see all of the instantiations of a type. Like, when do I construct a value of this type? It doesn't say it. All the references are only when I use it in the type signature. That's really bad. So, and I cannot even grep for it. It's ungreppable. It's impossible to grep for it because it's just like, it looks just like a record. I mean, I guess I can see workspaces is equal. So it's over here and it is over there. There is a bootstrap and then there is the non-bootstrap one. And the diagnostics is kind of, oh. Wait, hold on, no, bootstrap is this. Yeah, and okay, yeah, I do initialize it using the bootstrap, and then this is, yeah, because this is not interior mutability, I need to actually copy that, okay. Workspaces is this. I need to do workspaces, and, yeah, wait, hold on. This is just the different order of evaluation. I feel like this is already going to fix it. Because it's a different order of evaluation, right? Restart cast language server. Yes, there you go. That's literally is it. Because because this initialization has the side effect of modifying the bootstrap, right? So that, yeah. And that kind of makes sense a little bit. Okay, so now I have the diagnostics for all the files, even though I don't have them open, right? So there we go. We have this over here, syntax error, this over there, and now we have this issue, and this is the issue of the global state once again, right? So we have it says must implement the rule before using the pipe, because this is done through a macro. But now that I'm caching the things, let me just fix that. I'll add this to trace, this to trace. Yeah, I've global diagnostics on initialization. Okay, that's good. And now we need to fix this issue, because this definitely should compile, right? So the problem is that I am importing the standard library only once now instead of importing it 10 times. And only on the first import, I am actually modifying the I'm only implementing the syntax rules once, and then next time I'm just ignoring this completely, right? Which means that type imported over here, right? It's not only a value now. So yeah, this is going to be imported map or something, you know, and then this is going to be actually imported. Imported is value like this. So now we not only are going to have the value, we're going to also need to store all of the side effects, which includes like the custom syntax implementations, I guess. Is that like, that's the only side effect for now? Yes. So now we have imported imported. Let imported state imported is value. Right? But we also need to know all of the things, all of the custom syntax implementations. So here's my state. I have the custom syntax implementations. While I am doing that, this is my state. This is my state. So I need to say that custom syntax implementations is state custom syntax implementations. Right? And since this has been imported now, yeah, so import should not only return the value. Well, I mean, it should return the value, but it also should apply the things into the current compiler, right? All the side effects. Yeah, it's a little weird. So, yeah. Yeah, maybe that makes sense, though. Let's just say over here that import, I don't know, result should be state imported in result value, right? That's my actual thing. So this should return value is that. No, if it's in progress, then we have the error and custom syntax table create 0. This is the error, so it's fine. If we have imported value, then we just return the value, and over here we say return the imported. Right? This is a different thing. Okay, imported. Imported. This should be called import. Import. Let's call it import cache. That makes more sense, right? Import cache. Sure. Blank. Import cache. Import cache. What do you mean import cache error? The renaming of the language server in OCaml is so bad. It renames the things that it's not supposed to rename. What state is state import? That's not what I renamed. That's not what I renamed. Initialize import cache. And to like rename by hand, one by one, so that the language server doesn't do anything stupid. Record expression expects to have type import cache. There's no field scope within the type import cache. That's not what I'm returning here. Are you stupid? supposed to return this. Oh, because state is import. No, state is state t. There you go. Yeah. I'll try to make the compile times fast though, but yeah, I feel like right now what I'm doing is I'm improving the compile times, right, by making it more incremental. We only compile like so we have basically the acyclic graph of dependencies, right, in forms of imports already in the language, right? So only compile the dependencies once. That's what I'm trying to do right now. So the standard library is one of the dependencies, right? Yeah. Import cache. Okay, that works. Now, so now basically when I import, I have successfully cached not only the value that the import has, but also the side effect, which is the custom syntax implementations, right? So I need to modify my current compiler to use that. So I need to say cache table. Like I need to like insert all of the things from one to the other. Rebuild, remove, iterate. Is there like not like I guess add sequence? Yeah, I guess I can add sequence to the compiler compiler custom syntax implementations, and I add hash table to sequence the result custom syntax implementations, right? So I add the cached ones to the actual compiler that I'm using. I'm using like the internal compiler over here. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess a little bit. Okay, but I'm wondering if I should rewrite things, like I said, just so that we don't just so that we don't. Okay, looks like now I only have the errors that are actually errors. There you go. You're content about good compile times, then it makes sense to rewrite it, but in cast. Yes, but like the cast itself is not ready, right? Like obviously I'm working on the language server here, but the language itself is like very far. Like I barely edit any features to this. This is in this rewrite, I have only been working on the language server. You know? I don't have any other things. I don't have any features. Well, I mean, I have some features, right? Maybe it's not that bad. Like if I will try to rewrite, I don't know. I guess I can try. Like once again, like we are going to just start by rewriting the lexer, I guess. The lexer is simple, right? The language right now is like, yeah, I can keep the language small without all the features that I actually planned for the language, I guess, right? Like we have type system, which is very, very basic. I do have compile time evaluation. I do not have pattern matching. I guess like I should at least add like the ADTs, right? At the enums. I have tuples. I can add a new native type that's like really simple. If I need something else, I have string, integer, and boolean, and unit, and tuples, which should be like good enough. Although tuples should probably be named. So like, yeah, I should add names to types at least. I should have the new type functionality. Like, I need to figure out what is the minimal language that I would be comfortable to start actually using, right? Yeah, there's some features. Like, I need to at least finish the guessing number game, right? Because this right now doesn't really work fully, right? Because this loop is infinite, I have no way to break out of the loop, which means that I need to implement the exceptions. I can start by having like the same as a camel, the exceptions and effects that are not checked, that are not present in the type system, right? So like the main function technically should have like all of the effects, which are, you know, like RNG, output, input, right? All of those. We can just say IO basically here, right? We can just say that this function needs IO. Wait, what did it say? They're trying to compile error node? Unexpected arrow? Is that not the correct syntax for me right now? Let me see. Default syntax rules. Function. Yeah, I don't have it. Wait, no, I do have it. With. Argument with and into the arrow. I mean, I even have the all of the things here. Apply must be expression. Oh, wait, hold on. Am I actually seeing the incorrect? Oh, I think I'm seeing the incorrect ones. Yeah. I need to fix one more thing. Cache, syntax, impulse, along with values in import cache. One more thing is that I have like old, like you see how there's 10 errors here because I'm not clearing the diagnostics for these files actually. Yeah. I'm not clearing the diagnostics for these files. Which technically should just be maybe in the cast compiler over here when I start to compile. Oh, this is compiling the AST, right. So it must be done in the LSP then, probably. In the LSP. In the LSP library. When I say process file, it should not only remove the root included, it should also say that global diagnostics is global diagnostics URI map remove the source URI, right? Because I'm processing this file from scratch now. Restart cast language server, guess a number. Okay, yeah, this works. Yeah, so yeah. No. The diagnostics are still staying here for some reason. But they should not. Why? Oh, maybe I'm removing them. Oh, I'm removing them, but I'm not clearing them. Because if there is no diagnostics, then they are not going to be updated. Yeah. So I should actually say I should not remove them, but I should add instead to the this thing the empty list, so that the diagnostics are actually empty. I should not remove them. I should know that there are empty diagnostics. Yeah. So yeah, over here also not remove, but add. The empty one. File started processing. Yeah, sure. Restart. Okay, so now if I say something, so we see some errors here, right? And then I remove it back to the original one, and now we lose. Okay, nice. Clear diagnostics properly. But yeah, I'm not sure, like, super confident in the fact that it actually is being done properly, because yeah, we are mutating, and it's weird. So in order to make the guess number game work properly, we need to be able to break out of the loops, right? So I need a feature that allows me to break. I can do that real quickly, maybe. So the idea is that it's not like a built-in thing which is breaks out of the loops, but we instead are going to have unwindable blocks. Unwindable block like this, right? And we so this over here is a name, you know, main loop. I can call it block, like whatever. And then we can break out of the unwindable blocks by unwinding, right? So if you guessed, I'm just going to say unwind to block and the value. And the value is going to be just this, you know? Unwind, block, and that.
Hello, tired kebab.
Hello, tired kebab. Hi. Okay, so let's implement this real quick, and then it's going to be the last thing for today. Okay, so I need to have 2 more expressions, which is expression unwindable. Expression unwindable. And I need to have expression unwind. Unwindable expression has the activate Linux. Yeah, it's not activated. I'm broke. And to actually go work and just stop working on my language here and go get some money instead. Yeah. Expression unwindable. So we have the body is expression. And we have the name, which is going to be a pattern. Expression unwind. Unwind is going to be name, which is expression, and value, which is expression. That's all that I need. Open donations forecast. I don't know. I don't know. No, probably won't get any anyway. We need to make the language work first, I think. Then maybe. And it's going to be difficult anyway, because I'm Russian. Projects get funded before they complete. Yeah. Like, at this point in time, As a Russian, it's not very easy. Unless I move somewhere else. Canada. Let's all move to Canada, yes. Ugh. Can I just live in Ogma's house and like not work and just stream from there forever though? Yes? So that I don't need to actually work, you know? Can I move with the family? um Bring everyone. All right. Um so what was I doing? The unwindable. We have unwindable, exception, and unwind. Yo, Malroy. DM Malroy. Hello there. Thanks for the raid. How are you guys doing? Welcome. I'm writing a camel here. So you must be impressed, right? And I'm making my own programming language in it. Let me show you a little bit here. I'm just implementing some new stuff. But here is, for example, the guessing number game, which is a work in progress. As you can see, I have the language server for this thing working too. We have inlay hints and like syntax highlighting and like we can hover and see what this is, you know. But the language itself is pretty small right now, so I'm trying to implement breaking out of the loops by using the best tool that there exists for control flow, which is exceptions, basically. Right? So we're going to break out of the loop by throwing an exception over here. And going out of this unwindable block. It's called unwindable because that's what we're going to do. We're going to unwind. How was your stream, though? You hadn't realized making a language server would be so hard? Well, I mean, it's not really hard. It's just like a lot of work to make the language server. I think. There's a lot of small things. One of the things that I have not implemented yet is, for example, the autocompletion, right? There is no suggestions for autocompletion. I should do that. There are some other things, like if I go to the, I can go to the standard library, for example, right? But I cannot go to the std.rng, for example. I cannot go to the field. It's like that also. Yeah, there's like a lot of small things. Working on writing a DNS packet parser in TypeScript and working on name label compression decompression. Nice. Wait, what does this mean? Name compression, a DNS packet parser. Why would you need to parse a DNS packet? You're making a DNS server, a custom DNS server? Is that the idea? Okay, so once again, we're implementing these two new things. I'm implementing unwindable blocks and being able to unwind the block. This is basically similar if you are familiar with some languages like Rust. You can have a name for a block and you can break out of the block with a value. So like this is the alternative. You're supposed to only be able to break out of the named blocks like this from inside of it. So it's supposed to like be checked for like, I don't know, like using some similar things to the borrow checker. So like it's not like really the same exceptions and as like usually. I plan to have an effect system in the language, which is more like checked exceptions. Method compression. How about Camel's effect system? Oh, Camel's effect system is nice, but it's bad because it's not in the type system. That's the problem with OCaml's effect system, because it's not like you cannot make sure that a function does not do an effect. This is yet. Yeah, as far as I understand, it's yet, but when is it going to come? When is it going to be present in the type system? Yeah. Do you know any plans? That would be nice. And because like one of the other things that they planned, as far as I understand, the OCaml people, is the alternative for another thing that I miss in OCaml a lot, which is the traits or type classes, right? And apparently they have a proposal which is called implicit modules, modular implicits, this thing. So this is an extension of OCaml, enabling ad hoc polymorphism. This was introduced in a paper in 2014. So more than 10 years have passed and it's still not there. Without that, it's like a little bit too verbose, because you need to like basically pass the implementations of traits explicitly. There might be OpenPR's issues, yeah. But like, I'm just saying that, you know, it has been 10 years, more than 10 years. So like, yeah, sure, it will be there. But, yeah, I don't know. So you like OCaml, right? You write OCaml yourself a lot? I have a lot of issues with the OCaml's language server, for example. It very often crashes, not crashes, but it shows me the errors that are not there. I need to restart the OCaml LSP. If I go into the dependency, it doesn't have any auto-completion at all. I don't know. If I rename it, sometimes renames the things that are not supposed to be renamed. If I'm using objects, which are parts of the OCaml, right? If I have objects and like object-oriented programming here for the language server, for example, then I have no auto-completion here for the fields at all. Self. So self hashtag, and like I don't have anything here. I cannot even go to the definition of the file state here, even although it's obviously a thing. It's a method that I have here. You worked in OCaml full-time for 2 years? Nice. Unfortunately, death by 1,000 tiny paper cards. Have you tried the new thing, which is called the OxCaml? It was released like literally less than a month ago by Jane Street. They have the new compiler in OCaml, which is like more, which has the features from Rust, right? Like the fearless concurrency stuff, and like other things. Control over the allocation, so like there's something similar to the borrow checker. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't try it because I couldn't figure it out how to install it on my Nix, and I was too lazy to dig too deep. I'm not very like deep into OCaml, even although I'm using it to make a language. You're writing TypeScript, Lua, and Go for the day job now. Nice. Yeah, I'm writing OCaml here for the language. This was also done in Rust before. I have been rewriting it from Rust to OCaml for the last like month because Rust was compiling too slowly. But the game, for example, that in the top right on Steam, this one is I'm writing this in Rust with a custom engine. So I'm mostly a Rust programmer, not OCaml. But lately there's a lot of OCaml because I'm addicted to making a programming language. All right. I need to kind of move fast because I will need to end the stream soon. So we have the new 2 expressions. I need to be able to print them. Unwindable. name, body. Mm. Unwindable. Name, body. No, this one is not expression. This here one is pattern. And we have unwind, name and value. In this case, the name is an expression, and body and value is another expression. Bam 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 bam. Dun. So this is the interpreter. If I have inside of the interpreter unwindable block with name and body, then I am going to do something. And if we are going to unwind with name and value, then let's see. All right, this also means that I need to have a new type of a value, by the way. Yeah, this means that I need to have a new type of value, which is the unwind like token. So this is kind of similar to Lisp return, I think. Is there equivalent to the return in Lisp? I don't remember the exact alternative. Like it's not exactly return. There is like a block that we can return to. I don't remember what it's called though. Lisp break from block. Lisp unwind. Unwind protect, maybe like this thing. From a Lisp block returned from an unwind protect. Right? Yeah. Yeah, so this is the feature that lets us do early return from functions, breaking from loops, continuing in loops, and arbitrary go-tos, right? Like, that's what we're going to do. So we basically have like the same. We have the block and we have return from. And similar to that, there is the continuation stuff in Lisp that we're also going to have. Unwindable. So I need a value, which is the value, and the value which is unwind token. Value unwind token. It's just going to have an ID, I guess. Yeah, that's all that I need. So which means that we're also going to have a type, which is unwind token. Okay. If I print value unwind token ID, unwind ID print ID. Wait, IDs don't have the print. They should have a print. Print matter. ID unit is function of empty ID. Okay, print type shape. Unwind. Yeah, sure, good enough. The type of unwind token is unwind token. Okay, so now when I do unwinding, what we're going to have is I'm going to say that name is evaluate the name. Value is evaluate the value. And then I will say that name must be does this one has a return? Not really. With return so this should be value expect unwind token. So we have the unwind token as a name, and we have a value. And over here, I'm going to basically raise an exception, unwind exception, unwind exception, name and value. Right. Raise. What's the problem? What's the problem? The expression. Okay, what is the syntax issue? I don't see it. I'm blind. I'm literally blind. Because this should be a semicolon. Okay. So value expect different things. We need to expect unwind token, which should return value unwind token basically. Value unwind token. Like that. We have over here types, so that I can actually qualify them if needed. Okay, so we have unwind. This is going to be a new exception, right? Yes. Then have exception unwind, which has a token, which is types wind token like this, and then we have a value, which is just a value like this, right? Okay. So I'm just raising this exception. This must be option unwrap or else return. Error span. Let's span no name. Let's have this name as a name expression. Name expression span. Data span. Okay. Unwind token as incorrect type or something like that. Name. So name is now the unwind token. The field name is not part of the record argument for the unwind constructor. Wait, what? I guess it's not. Yeah. So it should not be name, it should be like token. Right? And this should be called token. Oh my god, it's like, why did it rename this? That's not what I needed to rename. That's what I mean. Oh my god. Okay, I think this is mostly fine now. So so now unwindable inner. So like this is throwing the exception. The unwindable block is going to catch the exception, basically, right? So first of all, I'm going to construct the new token. So token, this over here is going to be a token pattern, right? So token is value unwind token is ID generate new ID, I guess. And then we just evaluate. Yeah, I just evaluate the body, but I first enter a new scope. Enter scope. And I evaluate this in that inner scope. And then in this inner scope, I'm going to assign or like pattern match the I'm going to pattern match the token with a token pattern. And then I'm going to wait, what am I going to do? I just need to add the locals, right? So just inner state scope locals, scope locals, scope add locals. Wait, add locals has new locals and scope. We have scope. These are the new locals. Matching. Okay, there we go. We do this. We evaluate the inner body, but inner body is going to be evaluated with a try catch. And if we have the unwind thing using the token and value, when token ID is equal to ID, then I will return the value. And in any other case, we just don't do anything. Yes. Okay, and this is my ID. Okay. Initialization of the expression. If we have expression unwindable with a token, pattern and body, then I know that token type should be inferred as the type, which is unwind token, right? The result type of the unwindable block is the result of the body. So the body data type. Wait, what? Once again, I have the syntax error somewhere, but I don't see it. Where is the syntax error? It's somewhere higher up. Okay, let's fix the other parts first. Inference. If I have type unwind token, it only matches with itself. Initialize expression. Oh, this is the thing. Yeah. This was a sign, I guess. Yeah, it's because I renamed the thing and it was renamed incorrectly again. Yeah. One more time. What is that? Unbound module inference type. What? That's not unbound. Oh, this is base. Wait, why is it base? This should be cast inference. It's literally not correct. Unbound module inference type. Inference is cast inference base, but it's not. It should be cast inference, which is this thing, which has the module type inside. What? What? This makes absolutely no sense. No sense. Is it because I'm opening the types? Hold on. Does that make it better? Unbound value infer as. Yeah, this should be expect inferred as. And then I need to give it span, right? Which is span is token data span for returning errors. Okay, and then we have expression unwind token and value. Oh, so the tokens actually should have like the type so that it's connected properly. It's for the type inference. Yeah. Yeah, unwind should be resulting in never type, right? So this is never, because unwind never returns, so this can be any type now. New not inferred. Maybe I should have like dedicated thing for the never. Type and never. Yeah. So like new not inferred is never. Just the same thing. The alias. So the value must be the type. So the type of the unwind token should have like a value inside. Yeah. Of type unwind token. And type unwind token is result type or something, which means that the value unwind token should also kind of know about the result type. Unwind token result unwind print type result. Unwind ID result. I kind of don't care about that, I guess. So over here, this should have a result type, and ID I don't care. This should be this of result, the result type, like that. So this should not be just the ID. This should be the result type. Result type should be equal to body data type. Okay. Unwind token. Yeah. Unwind token result is A, and unwind token result is B. We get the result token where result is unite types A and B. All right. So now this should be unwind token where the result is body data type, and this should be unwind token with the result being equal to value data type. This way the type inference is going to work. Okay. Initialize error. Compiled kind is unbound. Why? Why? Wait, where is compiled kind? Oh, it's in the types. Oh, the types are, this is different types. I want to, wait, what? These are different types. These are types from the cast types. Because I opened this means the different one. Okay, can I open like the one from myself? Like, how do I fully qualify this? No idea. And to move the opens around. Yeah. What was here before? This is a const. This expression assign. Because of the stupid language server. This was expression assign. So I guess it's for some reason it's decided to rename the expression assign, even though that's not what I was renaming. Effect is types compiled effect. So like this is now a different types, right? Because it's now inside this, so I cannot even do that. Okay. Maybe I could rename these types though. Let's say this. I'll just move this around. Types compile kind. This is impossible. Open types. Abbreviation is cyclic. Oh, because it cannot be that. Ah, annoying. Let's rename these types to, you know, compiler types. Fine. So this should be open compiler types. This should be open compiler types. Compiler types. Compiler types. This is compiler types dot compile kind. language server hover. If I have an expression, unwindable, token, body, I need to hover pattern, token, or else hover expression body position. If we have expression unwind token value, then we're going to hover expression token position, or else hover expression value. Include cast types. What is this? Multiple definitions of the module named types. Huh? Just include inlay hints, expression, unwindable, token, body, sequence, append, inlay hints for pattern token, and inlay hints for expression body. Expression, unwind, token value, sequence, append, inlay hints, expression token, and expression value. This needs Yuri. Wait, what? Wait, what is Yuri here? Really? So here also needs to say none. Because I don't want to have any inlay hint here specifically. Okay. So this looks like it works. I just don't have any syntax for it, right? Now we need to have default syntax rules. Unwindable and unwind. Unwindable. Unwindable. Space. Number. Space token. Space body. And unwind is going to be unwind token space value, just like this, right? Sure. Core syntax, we need to have two more, which is unwindable and unwind. They both must be expressions. So this should be not single unnamed. So this should be tuple map ast child expect ast tuple unwrap named to, we have named token and body for the unwindable one. So this should be token and body, and then we have unwindable where token is compile pattern. Compile pattern token and body. Let the body be this. Let token be compile pattern token. We have a this one, then I'm going to enter the scope, right? I'm going to enter the scope. I'm going to inject pattern bindings of the token. And then we're going to compile the body and have that. And then if we have unwind, and we're going to have a token and value. Right, so we're going to just say that I'm going to unwind where token is compile expression token and value is just compiled value. There you go. I think that's it. I think that is it. Maybe not. Let's check. Restart cast language server. Go to guess a number. So we have this recognized, but yeah, I'm trying to compile the error node. Why? Let's take a look. Cast examples, guess a number. So there's unexpected opening bracket here. Okay, that makes sense. I need to change the priorities a little bit on the syntax rules here, right? Or it should be like right associative. Actually, like I want this to be lower priority than the dots for sure, right? But should it be higher priority than the function application? Higher, but lower than the dots probably, right? Like over here somewhere around 60 would be the priority, maybe. Okay, so this, yeah, okay, actually this works. So like this over here block is the unwind with the result being unit. There you go. I think this actually will work even. Let's see. So yeah, the number has been guessed, imported. This is a log that I should remove. So we guess a number, 5 less 2 greater 4. I guessed, and we quit. Okay, so this works. There you go. Easy. So we know that this block should unwind with the value of this. So whenever I unwind, if I say over here 1, 2, 3, for example, this is going to type check failed, right? It's type check failed over here instead of over here, kind of, but yeah. I guess in one of these places makes sense. Okay. I think that's it. We have the unwinding. Let's just remove this imported. This should be trace. Play another guessing number game. 5, 2, greater 4. You guessed. Nice. Unwind, double, and unwind. All right. This is good progress. Now I can end. The axis of evil. Oh, of eval. Like, why is this opened? That's the Lisp. Lisp is evil. That's right. Bim, 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 bim. Yeah, let's go to this guy again. Programming language Friday. This person is making.
So I open the file. I seek to the
Their programming language in Go. Thank you guys for watching. See you next time. Bye.
file to a buffer.